Single to libre. Thank you.
Testing, 1, 2, 3, AV testing. Okay. Testing out the audio right now.
And honestly, using Synology is great. Never had any issues. It works great. The UI is relatively nice. It's missing a lot of these same features that it has, but then been nothing but impressed with the
How do I use program Y to solve problem X? Well, it's obvious that program Y is the right way to solve problem X. And so people will tell you how to use program Y, but they won't tell you, actually you should use program Z. So that's one of the reasons why I'm here. So the first thing that you have to do when you come across a networking problem is to establish, do I really have a network problem? And so these are 4 commands that I frequently use to go troubleshoot my network to make sure that everything is working. So if I can get to Google using HTTP, if I can get to Amazon using HTTPS, if I can get to GitHub on IPv4, and I can get to GitHub on IPv6, probably everything else is working pretty well, because in order for these 4 commands to work, I have to have internet connectivity, I have to have DNS working, I have to have I have to have SSL TLS working, I have to have SSH working for both IPv4 and IPv6. So these 4 commands actually do a pretty good coverage with what you think the password is. This is telling you what the access point thinks the password is, and then you can look at what you think it is, and if they're different, that's the reason why you're having connectivity. That is actually the most common problem with people connecting up to the Wi-Fi. They make a stupid mistake in the password. So one of my friends has got the word oxide in their password, but they spell it with a 0 instead of an O. Drives people crazy because they see it, it doesn't work, they assume they've made a typographical error, they type it all over again. So this is one way of obfuscating things. And by the way, this isn't my password. And the other thing is, you don't need to be root to do this. So if you walk away and leave your computer unguarded for a moment, someone can enter in this password, this command, and they can get a list of all the passwords for all of the Wi-Fis that you ever connect to. And that is a real security vulnerability. And I've been really kind of scratching my head because I did not expect this. And there's some other things that the network manager can do that does not require root access, and I've been scratching my head about those as well. It really kind of worries me. So I briefly mentioned media access control when I talked about the hum that the NICs use to see if somebody else wants to transmit. This is another aspect of reachability. This is for IPv4. So when Ethernet came out, the people needed to figure out how to map Ethernet addresses into IP addresses, and they came up with something called Address Resolution Protocol, which is not part of the TCP/IP stack. So one of the things that you have to worry about is ARP working? So when a machine wants to send a packet to another machine on the local area network, if it doesn't already know it, it sends out a broadcast Ethernet packet, which basically says, who has this IPv4 address? And some machine out there is listening for all ARP broadcasts. And if it says, my IP address is thus and such, it sends a message back saying, this is my Ethernet address, and I am whatever the IP address is you're looking for. And then the other machine says, great, here's an IPv4 packet, do your thing. So, and it needs to keep a list of what machines it knows about, because it doesn't want to have to send out broadcast packets every time it wants to transmit a packet. So there is a cache. And so what you're seeing here in this one is some of the MAC addresses are reachable, which means they've been ARPed recently, and some of them have not been ARPed recently. So, in my home network, I've got a pretty dynamic network because I'm sharing it with grandchildren, and they come in and go off and come in and go off all the time, which is why a lot of them are stale. And then this one, 192.168.1.50, it has not been seen in a while, but the neighborhood list hasn't completely forgot about it. So then one of the things that you can do to go populate the neighbor table is to go run through all of the IP addresses in your network. So my network is a /24 network, which means it's got 16 million network addresses, and it's got 254 local addresses. That's a very tractable number. So this nmap command will ping every address in that network. So the network here is a /15, and I was not expecting that, and I should have done a better job of preparing. I'm sorry. I could have done, well, let's see. Tell you what. I'm going to go do this. And the oops, come back here. The university is just going to have to get mad at me. So let's see, I want to do nmap minus sn. Oops, come back here. So I want to do 10.18.113.1 to /254. Now this is really overkill because this is a /15, and no, I'm sorry, this is not overkill, this is underkill. But anyway, it's good enough. Minus T4. Okay? And so while I'm talking and saying nothing of any great importance, Nmap is going to go off and scan 254 addresses, and then we will see what their Ethernet addresses are. So moving right along, this is an overview about routing for a home network. So it is really very simple compared to a corporate network. You have your computer or your computers. You have your router. There's a connection, that's the blue link, to your ISP's router. The ISP router connects to what they call the cloud. And that connects to your data center of whatever service it is you want to go to. The most common thing that breaks is the blue link. If something happens with the gray area, there's nothing you can do about it. With the possible exception of calling your internet service provider, and they're going to say, oh, it's the server's problem, because that's what ISPs always do. So this is has now finished, and there are a whole bunch of machines that are up. So this is good enough for our purposes. So now I've got the Ethernet addresses of all these machines, and interestingly enough, although it's found a lot of MAC addresses, a lot of them are stale. And I find that kind of confusing. In fact, none of these are current. So something is going on with the university network that I do not understand. And it just is. So just out of curiosity, I wonder what would happen if I did this. Sort minus. I should use one should never give a demonstration where they do something they don't know the answer to. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. That was quick. Okay. So this is now sorted by MAC address. And I'm just curious to see if there's any sort of a pattern here. And looking at it with about 10 seconds and standing in front of a bunch of people and trying to impress, I don't see anything. So I'm going to move on. So what you need to know about routing before you start troubleshooting is you need to know where your default gateway is. And you have a default gateway for both IPv4 and IPv6, but how the machine finds those IP addresses is different. So in IPv4, there's something called the Dynamic Host Configuration Protocol, or DHCP. And for those of us who've been around for a while back in the day when we hand configured everything, this is such a vast improvement. And then for IPv6, the people that designed IPv6 said, we can do DHCP, but we can do it better. So we're going to do Neighbor Discovery Protocol. We're going to make it part of the IPv6 protocol. So the question now is, how do you find out what your default gateway is? And so you can find out your general list of routes. Whoops. Okay, so this tells you right away that your default gateway is 10.10.0.1, and there is this address here is for Docker, and I don't need to worry about that right now. So then what I could do, oh wait a second, I'm back out for a second. I want to see the IPv6 route. And so this is saying This is saying that there's no support for IPv6 here? That can't be right. Well, anyway, so one of the ways you can tell that it got this router address automatically is because right here it says DHCP. So that doesn't mean that all is well, because the DHCP could be wrong. But again, that's a zebra. That's not a horse. That's something to be alive to the possibility of. So now, just out of curiosity, I don't believe that this is going to work. And let's see. Yes, I was right. So the University of Washington, one of the foremost technical institutions in the state of Washington, does not support IPv6. I am stunned. But, you know, when you're troubleshooting network problems, you have to be aware of things that don't make sense. So one of the problems that this planet is facing is we have already run out of IPv4 addresses. And there are places that you cannot go with IPv4 because there's no IP address for wherever that place is. You have to have IPv6 to have global connectivity, and the University of Washington does not have it, at least not here. Your taxpayer dollar is not at work. Okay. I'm really intensely annoyed at that.
They went to the football team.
I beg your pardon?
The dollars went to the football team. Sorry.
Oh, that makes perfect sense to me. How's the football team doing? I haven't been following them. Okay. Anyway, yeah, the Pac-10 isn't what it used to be, but I digress. So this is basically, so the next question is, how do you find your ISP's IP address? And no, I've just done that. You can't do IPv6. You're just going to have to take my word for it. Okay, I've basically done why IPv6. So I want to talk about what normal looks like. So I can do IP root list, and whoops, no, that's not what I want to do. So I want to know if I've got basic connectivity, and the best way to do that is with the ping command. And I just showed how to do that with IPv6, and it didn't work, so it's not going to work, so I don't have to worry about that. So but now, ping by default uses IPv6 if it can. So this is how you test it for Google, and I want it to finish in a finite amount of time. Ping will run forever unless you tell it not to. So, and with the first packet that comes back, this tells me a lot. So, DNS is working, IP is working. This is really, there's no problems here except for the IPv6 problem. And this isn't going to work. I've established that. Now what I want to do is I want to find the border IP address. So we go down here and so now this is going through and it's looking at all the routers between me and F5 networks. And the reason why I picked F5 is because I used to work for them, and it's got a 2-letter domain name. So, and as you can see, it goes wandering around the University of Washington for a while, and then it goes to a place called the Pacific Northwest Gigapop, which actually has a point of presence, that's what a POP is, here on campus. And when I was on the staff here, that POP was actually underneath the bank at the corner of 45th and 15th. And in the basement, the university has a big data center. And I don't know if they still have it, but I see no reason why they wouldn't either. So anyway, this is going to stop in just a moment. A couple more. Oh, I can control Seattle because it arrived. So the border gateway for this is this router right here. So if I'm having a network problem and I ping this router and it doesn't respond, then I know the problem is somewhere between me and the border router. It might be a Wi-Fi problem. If it's someplace anywhere else in here, then it is in the cloud somewhere, and there's nothing I can do about it other than to call my ISP and say, I'm here, and I want to go here, and I can't do it. And then this in line 9, this is actually F5's border router. And F5 is a security company, and they may not want people pinging past their border gateway, so they may be blocking ping. Because there is a failure mode in ping for IPv4, where you can send something called a packet of death. And with the packet of death, it has a source address that's a broadcast address. So the ping arrives at the other end. It says, oh, I got a ping from this address. I'm going to send a response back to this address, but it's a broadcast address. And so that creates a whole flurry of packets in their local area network and brings it down. Now that problem has been fixed with subsequent versions of ICMP version 4 and ICMP version 6. Part of the specification for the ICMP protocol, internet control, manager protocol, is there is no way for a packet to go damage the network. But then the other thing is they made ICMP mandatory because that's how it does the packet size adjustments, so you can't firewall it. But the specification says that you can't get a packet that damages anything. All right. So here is the important part, and I've got 9 minutes to go talk about the important part. And so first of all, I want to talk about things that people see that are not network problems. So if you get a DNS no such domain error message, that means that DNS tried to resolve a name and turn it into an address, but that name isn't known. And why they use that particular error message, which makes no sense to me anyway, it confuses the hell out of users, but that's what it means. And it usually means that they made a typographical error in typing in the name of wherever they're going. Error connection refused is a message that comes from the operating system of the server that tells you that there's no process listening on that port. So, for example, if you go to a website that is not listening for HTTP, it's only listening for HTTPS, there might not be any program that's listening on port 80. So when you try to make the connection to port 80, the operating system is basically saying, there's nobody here to connect to. Go away. And this is what that error message means. And that's not a networking problem. That's a problem on the server, or it's a problem on your understanding about how this particular site works. Anything that talks about OpenSSL, typographical error, OpenSSL, SSL, or TLS errors, those are not network problems. The network is working, but the security part, that's the S in HTTPS, that's not working for some reason. And usually that's a problem on the server as well. The same is true for error security authority invalid. That means that the server has a bad certificate. And that could be because the name that DNS thinks the site is at and the name that SSL thinks the site is at is different. That's one common problem. Another is that the certificate has expired. An interesting one is when a system administrator got a certificate before they were ready. So the certificate has a not valid before this date and a not valid after this date. If you get your certificate too soon, it's before the before date, and that confuses a lot of system administrators when they see it. I think that problem has been fixed where the certificate authority won't give you a certificate that hasn't come valid yet, but I can still see how it would be a problem. All HTTP errors where it says 300, 400, or 500, those are all issues with the server. The network is working properly, but something is going wrong between the server and you. So the 400 errors are because you did something wrong on the client. The 500 errors is because something went wrong on the server. Back in the day when I was a system administrator, I had a monitoring program set up so that whenever my server sent a 500 error message, I would get a page. So that's, if you're going to be a system administrator and a webmaster, that's the kind of things that you ought to think about. That's not really germane for what I'm talking about right now. Again, when you hear hoofbeats, think horses, not zebras. So if you're trying to ping Google and it's getting a temporary failure in name resolution, that probably means that you've got a network problem, because, but it may be that the connectivity problem is not between you and the network. It may be that the DNS server that you're going to get the name resolution is not working properly for some reason. So what you can do is you can try pinging Google directly. Now I happen to know Google's IPv4 address, and that's because I use Google for testing so often. I've got it written down. So I can go back here and okay, I didn't do this properly, but anyway. So I can ping it by its IP address, and if I can ping it by its IP address, then I know that, and if I can ping it by IP address and I cannot ping it by its name, then I know that I've got a DNS problem. Don't know where it is yet, but I know it's a DNS problem. For this particular case, I know its IP address, and I'm getting 100% packet loss. And so that means that I've got a connectivity problem somewhere between my machine and the network. So I have to go investigate it further. So I happen to know my ISP's border gateway IP address because I wrote it down when things were working properly. So I can go ping it, and I'm getting a 100% packet loss. So I know the problem is somewhere not in the cloud, but it's either between my house and the ISP, or it's somewhere in my house. So now, can I ping my local router? First of all, I have to know where my IP local router is, and so in this particular case, I can go IP -4 route show default. And this is telling me the IP address of the local router here in the hub is 10.10.0.1. So, and that makes perfect sense to me. So, and I could go ping it, but I don't need to because I know it's working properly. And I'm really running out of time, despite the fact that I'm talking fast. So then, if I can't ping it, then the next question is, can I see any ARPs, address resolution protocol? And that's kept in a cache called the ARP cache. And so here is the ARP cache, and you can see that there's a lot of packets, a lot of addresses on it, which is hardly surprising. So it's got 93 machines in this local area network. It's, considering how big the hub is, that's probably a very reasonable number. So this is telling me that things are working here locally, which is really not surprising. So again, I showed you a little bit about trace path. There is an older command called trace root, and trace root uses ICMP in order to do its troubleshooting. And trace path, by way of contrast, does UDP. And the reason why that change was made is because there are a lot of system administrators that block ICMP because of the ping of death problem, whereas UDP is not so dangerous, so it's frequently not firewalled. So if you see documentation that talks about using trace root, use trace path instead. And so I'm going to have this discussion about how a home network auto-configures. And there's supposed to be someone here who's telling me when my time is up. But I can do one of two things. I actually can do both. It's time for lunch. And I have moral and philosophical objections to people going hungry, except for religious holidays where you're mandated to fast. So if anybody wants to go eat, by all means, please do. If anybody wants to hear me drone on and on and on and on and on, you're welcome to stay here and I will keep droning on and on and on and on. It's entirely up to you. Nobody's getting up. Somebody's got up.
Thank you.
That person got up. All right. Great. Hi. Come on in.
Hello. I was coming for program stuff. I'll stick my head in later now. I don't want to interrupt your closing out.
Right.
Sorry.
Okay, that's okay. When I was a child, I wanted to be a stand-up comic, but I became a computer expert instead because it pays better, and also because I'm not funny. Whenever I do stand-up comedy, my wife tells me to sit down. So a lot of the things that go wrong with home networks is the automatic configuration doesn't work for some reason. Usually what happens is whoever set up the DHCP in the DHCP server, which usually is in your router, they make a mistake in the configuration and then it doesn't work. So when I am troubleshooting a system that is not configuring itself properly, there's a program called DH-Client, which is how I do my testing. And okay, so the first thing that I have to do when I'm troubleshooting is I have to run DH-Client, and I want to make sure that it knows I'm debugging, and I want to release the current configuration. So I do DH-Client -D, -R, -V. V is for verbose. And, I have to use sudo. Don't look. Okay, so this is telling me what it's doing in terms of releasing the address that it gave me. And for some reason, it also released me from 192.168.68.63. I have no idea where that address came from. And I'm looking for an address for 10. Something or other, and I don't see that either. So I find that kind of confusing, and that might be a problem. So then I do the next one, which is DH-Client. I guess I can do just -4 -V, and that will reattach. And I got to deal with sudo. So I'm going to confess to a sin that I sin, and that's frequently I use sudo when I shouldn't. And so I am trying hard by all means.
We're running just a little bit over time now.
So am I.
Yeah. If you're able to start wrapping up now, that would be amazing.
All right.
We need so that the tech people can come in and make sure that the runs are ready for the afternoon.
Okay.
Apologies to cut you off. We are slightly understaffed volunteer-wise, so we're learning that a few things slipping through the cracks.
Right. One of the things that I learned from previous SeaGLs is if I volunteer to speaking, don't volunteer to be a program person because it's just too stressful being both, one or the other, but not both. So yeah, I understand exactly where you're coming from. Okay. So by the way, teachable moment here. Volunteer for SeaGL 2025. Same place, different time.
Volunteer or speak or sponsor. We would happily have you do any of the above.
Yeah, or more than one if you're up to it.
Don't do that. I don't recommend. Well, you can. I don't. As someone who has spoken and volunteered, I don't recommend doing more than once.
Okay, so I am going to finish up by giving you. Oh boy, there's a whole conversation I want to have about Network Manager, and there's no way I'm going to do it in 2 minutes, which is how much time I'm giving myself. The slides were up, the link to the slides is uploaded to SeaGL a couple of days ago, and so you can find the slides. And then this page that I've been working off of, which I've been copying and pasting, I just got that done around 1 o'clock this morning, which is why there are problems with it. And so I'm going to fix it, and then I will upload it to the site, and that should happen in the next day or two. So, and then of course, if you have any questions, you remember what I said on the second slide? I've forgotten what I said on the second slide, which is why I have to go all the way back. Yeah, ask questions. Okay, and then the most important one is my email address, so that if you have a question, you can find me. All right, and with that, I think punctuality is served. Isn't that correct?
Close enough.
Close enough.
We're rounding down.
Okay, great. Everybody, thank you very much for coming. I'm looking forward to seeing you at Linux Fest in Bellingham in April. And I don't know if they'll make us wear masks or not, but if they don't, you'll be able to recognize me. Thank you very much for taking care of us. AJ, nice work on the technical stuff. Did the audio start working?
It did, yeah.
Oh,
Enough.
Oh, enough. Okay, close enough. Well, let's get together at some point in the near future, and you and I can figure out how to fix it.
That sounds
I
great.
also did not have them
Thank you.
front desk when you first met you. These are our speakers.
Oh, I got one.
Oh, you did?
That's a watch, right?
Okay, yes it is.
Okay.
But for some reason, there was a
Mic check.
Really loud.
Mic check, mic check.
biggest shitpost I could come up with. There are some things about the Alpine port that make it kind of a big deal. Yeah. Like what? Like, Sun doesn't control the signing keys.
That is a big deal.
Because I bootstrapped it personally.
No, I mean like the hardware itself might be doored.
No.
How do you know that?
Yep.
Or,
I think we're good to go.
I believe
Just get started. Thanks, everybody,
EK2 image.
for joining me today. I'm going to talk about kind of like free software, how I came to it, what it means to me, and what I hope it might mean to you. Start with some disclaimers. These are my personal opinions. I am an employee of the Free Software Foundation, but this has nothing to do with those folks. I'm not going to say anything more of a personal talk. I am not a life coach. This is not life lessons, life advice. Just wanted to put that in there. As always, I'm not a lawyer, but this is not legal advice, but there's nothing in this remotely comes close to that. And a warning that there may be some gallows humor, very light. You might not even see it as such. Yeah, so I'll get right into it. Introductions. First of all, I'd like to thank SeaGL for putting on. SeaGL is one of my favorite conferences to come to. I think it was one of my first or second conferences I ever attended, and I use the word cozy when describing it because it just feels very grassroots, not very commercial, even though there's a lot of, vendors and stuff here. I just really, really appreciate it, and I'm glad they gave me a chance to talk. My name is Craig Topham. I am a free software activist. I've been doing it since 2006. I'm one of those people that I say free software versus some other name that use, and always follow it up with a free as in freedom, so people know. Also find it amusing, particularly when you say free society, nobody buckles and goes, what do you mean free society? What, nobody works and the government pays for everything? It's like, they don't bat an eye, but you say free software and they lose it. So sometimes you have to help them out. Of course, I deeply care about software freedom, and this is we should focus on freedom and not this other name, which keeps my mind at the moment. I'm also, the kind of personal fun fact, I'm the world's premier #1 bicyclist, and if you're wondering what that is, got a little video for you here. Basically, I pick up trash while I ride my bicycle. There's a cigarette butt. Don't slow down, don't stop, just pick up trash. I've been doing it over 10 years, and I'm ridiculously good at it. There's another cigarette butt.
Oh.
But, yeah. And I also, after I pick up the garbage, I find a garbage can to dump it in. And to date, I've probably mapped over 700 garbage bins on OpenStreet. I'm a prolific donator to that thing. Yeah, it's just something fun I do in my spare time. My objectives for today is to really talk about why freedom is important, talking about free software, and then talk a little bit about how I came to it, with the hope that my personal story will inspire others. It's a stretch, but yeah, see what happens. I also hope that at least one of you walk away with the deeper understanding of why talking about freedom. All right. So starting off, so this is kind of my story, the start of my story. The American Dream, to quote George Carlin, that's why they call it the American Dream, because you have to be a believe it. I'm not complaining about it. I grew up in a home without want. I feel very blessed and very grateful. Basically, the suburbs of Portland, very quiet, very idyllic. The American Dream is pretty sweet. I wouldn't, stick a finger at it, but it's something that exists, and it's kind of like a bubble, I guess, that keeps people kind of from seeing the world. And I use the American because I can only speak to American. I'm not international as I'd like to be, but someday. But of course, dreaming implies sleeping. And so that's a phrase people often hear is when And then what happens is you go through life and you might wake up and the world all of a sudden looks like this, where it's something's wrong. Something is seriously, seriously wrong. And we just want to get back to this, but this is kind of the reality of it. And I would later learn that it's a philosophy that I adopted, that it's not, the world isn't a bad thing getting worse, it's a good thing getting better. And I can't prove this. It really is like a question of faith, but that's what I choose to believe, that it's not going to the devil, or however you want to say it, that it's a good thing getting better. And it's just where we're at right now. So yeah, so you realize something, and I don't want to get up here and list all the horrible things that I could easily do about what's wrong with the world. But as I said before, it's something good. It is something as wonderful becoming. This realization didn't come overnight. Yeah, it probably took a year or so for you to really get the scope and the scale of the injustice and the horrible things that are happening in the world. And which is also why I suspect most people don't prefer to look at it or think about it or turn the news off or not watch the news at all. And so, yeah, there's a phase. There's many nights of crying myself to sleep, despondent. I once read a bumper sticker that says, if you're not outraged, you're not paying attention. And I think that's appropriate, because that's, once you see it, it is categorically infuriating that we find this acceptable. And so, yeah, so the next thing is really, I found myself as asking why. What is it? I needed to develop a comprehensive worldview to understand why the world looks the way it does. And that took some time. You know, you really, I have a list of stuff here, and I just don't want to rattle off and make everybody depressed, but you can probably come up with your own. You know, what's a military-industrial complex? What is that? What's it doing? So yeah, research ensues. And this took a while because, you know, I'm kind of a dummy. So it's a lot of reading, learning, talking to people. I feel if you embark on this journey yourself, I can't help you. I mean, I feel like I was lucky, especially today when there's a lot of misinformation out there, making it very difficult. But all you have to do is, some good tips would be like find Noam Chomsky's work, Ralph Nader, Howard Zinn. Yeah, kind of start with them and see where it takes you. Anyway, fast forward a few years, and my worldview kind of developed, and it kind of not necessarily satisfying, but it gave me something for understanding. I had the fortune when I first got out of high school, so I learned how journalism is supposed to work, and then it makes it easier to see when it's not working. And that's, I feel that also made it very easy for me to detect manipulative language, things like that, which also comes in handy, and also that people need to cite their sources. And you know, somebody says something, it's like, where did you hear that? And to look that stuff up. Yeah, so after a while, there's a lot of things that are going on that are causing the world. One of them is a tiny, tiny fraction of the world's population who seem to wield immense multinational billion-dollar corporations and direct control of governments through monetary corruption. Something along those lines. Oh wait, real quick, show of hands. Anybody here have $1 billion in the bank? Okay, I didn't have my hand up. Okay, good. I'm in the right meeting. Nobody's gonna come after me. But yeah, it's this could be just a rumor. There could be other things going on. Something I like to say is, you know, how did these so-called ruling class? If you read history, not very good. They just did whatever they wanted. And then my question is, when did they stop? And they haven't. So that's kind of the world we live in. And now they have all these satellites and all this kind of wonderful stuff to make our lives miserable. And they also do not seem to care about us, the environment, people's rights, or a sustainable future, which is really perplexing in some nature. So I got to a point where I understand it's like, okay, so now what am I going to do? Here I am, not so smart, not so capable, not a lot of resources financially or otherwise. And this is where it kind of got difficult because I went to look to something to do. Do I want to? I've got involved with like environmental groups, which were just poorly organized. Yeah, I'd go to like meetups and things like that. And plus you're living your life, you know. And I think, is this the slide with excuses on it? Yeah. So yeah, I was often disenchanted, but it really doesn't make up for my lack of motivation and you know, really wanting to embrace something. So yeah, so like looking for something to do, the list of human needs is really short. You know, we got food, water, shelter, clothes. We're running out. I think electricity is one thing I wrote down. And then there's more complex needs like, and these are all kind of these little things that need to be taken care of to make the world a better place. And so I was kind of looking for something to do. And then one day in the year 2006, I was introduced to the free software movement, which I actually didn't know existed, which surprised me since I have lived with computers my whole life. And then I got my hands on go to the next slide, perhaps. Got my hands on the Free Software, Free Society book. That's fsf.org. Quick plug there. And once I got my hands on that, it just really rang to me. And it was simple, the 4 freedoms, and you're on your way. And I really, it really resonated with me. And I go, this is what I want to do. I happen to interested in computers. I like this whole concept. And then it developed over time, but I really felt urgency of why free software is important. Is because if we don't control our computer, somebody else does, and that's going to put all the other things that we need to take care of in jeopardy, as far as like organizing for other causes. Like if you got to use your, there's other ways of doing it, but the computer is, got the internet, pretty useful thing, and we got to make sure that it stays useful to us. Of course, there's additional details with the whole free software, but just to get started on it was really clear to me. And it also fit very well with my worldview. It didn't conflict with it. It just said, oh, this fit right in. And so the next phase is becoming active. One of the things I enjoyed the most about free software is if you want to get into the free software movement, all you got to do is start using and talking about free software. And what I had done with this newfound knowledge is I engaged neighborhood associations in Eugene, Oregon. The city is divided up with these city-sponsored neighborhood associations to improve the neighborhoods. And I introduced them to, we settled on Drupal, and I was showing them Drupal. And I also was holding classes in a community computer lab. At the time, I was using Ubuntu. I didn't know the full scale of what it means to live and work in freedom, but I gave talks about, for example, Drupal is under the GPL version 2, and it's like, and get to talk about. And at the time, I would say open source and free software. I knew they weren't the same thing, but I was like, if I'm talking to a city manager, I'm going to say open source because that's what they're going to recognize. But then eventually what I figured out is I wanted to talk about freedom and as to put the message first, even if it takes another couple of minutes to just get them on board and get them understanding. Yeah, because I wanted to talk about freedom. Yeah, and I also got involved. I volunteered with the Free Software Foundation, and then the importance of the free software movement it kept growing over time. And here we are. So my conclusion is the world's on fire, and we know why. I suggest everyone find a position and gird yourself for final combat, because that's kind of where we're at. I really, really hate. I'm not a violent person. I don't like violence, and I can't think of another analogy besides war and battles. But there's really no other way to describe it. We're at war for defending a free and just society, and it's you just got to find where you can do the most good. Here is with free software. There's people out there fighting to protect animals, demanding that everybody have clean water, not one human being, which is outrageous. That seems extreme to me. I don't know. Have you ever seen that quote? There's the president of Nestle Europe or said something along these lines. He thought that people that think that everybody should have clean water is like an extreme. Very bizarre. You can find it online out there. So when I talk about free software and the free software movement, I'm really referring to the bigger picture. And so when people use this other word, which it diminishes the purpose of why it was founded in the first place. It really is about freedom. And so I guess I can leave you with this, is about over the years, been trying to develop a elevator pitch to get people to understand what computer user freedom is all about. Because people ask me, what do you do for work? And I say, well, I defend and promote computer user freedom. And they'll, give you that look, and you kind of, well, I could tell you what it means. It's like, well, what kind of computer do you do? And they're going to say Windows or Mac. And so whichever one they choose, I'll say, well, here's the issue, is you don't control that computer. And it's unjust that they do, and it's unethical for them to hold that position over you. This seems to work. They have like a knowing look on their face, and it's like they get it. And I don't know, just try it out sometime. See how far you get. It's interesting. I don't know. I guess that's it. I really wanted to make the free thing sting. Hope it did a little bit. Any questions? Got like...
You briefly mentioned the four freedoms.
Yeah.
Can you name them or
Sure.
them at all?
Sure. Yeah. So, and this was good when I read the book and I first learned about the four freedoms. I learned the freedom number 0, 1. 0 is to use the program however you wish. Doesn't matter what you're doing with it. You have the freedom to run it. The is that you have access to the source and can change the source code and learn how it works. And freedom 3 is the right to copy the disk, copy the software, and make as many copies as you want. You can give it to your neighbor, help out a friend, good thing. And then the fourth one is about modification, where you can modify the program and share those modifications. And the GNU General Public License, the legal instrument to work within the framework of copyright to make sure that those four freedoms, not only do you receive them, but the people that you give to also receive those. Yeah. Questions? All right. Great. Thanks.
One question here.
Oh, sure.
Oh, yep.
Yeah. Does this also align with like the protecting like computers? Like, there's some organizations that strive to protect like user privacy.
Mm-hmm.
Does this also align somewhat?
I would say yes. One of our flyers that we have on our table down, and if anybody's interested, we have a table down in the vendor area. It says privacy is impossible without free software. And I normally don't speak in absolutes, but this is an actual fact. Like if you don't know what the thing is doing, you cannot guarantee. So it's related in that way.
Yeah.
So if you can't ensure that your computer is under your control, then privacy is at risk.
Yeah.
And I like how Apple kind of touts itself as a privacy-focused company. And what's interesting to me is like they're maybe you might get privacy, but it's privacy brought to you by Apple versus privacy given, your right to have, I lost it there, lost the thread. Yeah, it's privacy brought to you by Apple versus privacy brought to you by, I don't know, human right, like just general protected thing that you have more control over versus trusting Apple. I don't know if I trust them. Oh, do you have a question?
I've got a question. So, I've kind of been like a free software extremist for a lot of my life, and like FSF member, spent a lot of time with Stallman. But like, so when I found like things like Ethereum, to me that was instantly like, oh, free software money. Like this is like I like fell in love with it. It was like part of that vision to me, and I've been confused why the free software community has not joined forces with things like Ethereum more, because to me it's like if the choice is like I've spent time with Stallman, I've seen him like with cash, like he's like, oh, I have to pay cash for everything, and like it's like this is an injustice if I can't pay cash, and like so to me that fits really closely with like things like Ethereum. So like what can the like Ethereum community do to like strengthen ties with the free software community, and like why aren't they together more? Like why haven't they joined forces?
That's a good question. I'm actually not that familiar with Ethereum. I don't know how it's licensed.
So I mean, an amazing thing, it's proof of stake. It's not like taking up a huge amount of electricity. It's a massive amount of the code in the ecosystem is GPL.
Okay.
Like the major libraries and companies in that space, they're GPL. And the way I see it, they've basically found a business model for free software. Like if free software wants to like take over the world, we need a business model.
Right. No, I agree. I just don't have a good answer for you at the moment.
Be like volunteering and doing stuff nights and weekends.
Right.
So like what can like why haven't I'm just wondering why are these communities like separated
yeah.
kind of at war with each other? There's I don't
No, I don't know. I don't. It's something to look into. Just get people talking to each other. I can suggest. Ooh, I think we're good.
This is approximately the time where I come in and vacuum you up.
All right, no, perfect. No, Thank you.
Speaking, Shulvaku has given a talk around here. If you are Shulvaku, could you please make yourself known to me? Okay, so Shulvaku is here.
No, that was perfect. That was the.
This is terrible. I think I'd rather go to the temple.
Yeah, me too. Damn.
Thanks. I felt okay about it.
I guess what is the temple?
I got to put them there.
Is this the place where we're going to talk about NixOS?
Allegedly.
Okay.
I think they're looking for the speaker right now.
Is that you? You want to try?
No. I'm just hoping they give fair.
I wonder if it's remote or not.
This is our speaker. So thank you very much.
It had a water seal. That's actually quite.
Yeah. That just got caught right. Yeah.
That was a sealer.
Where'd you get the one?
if they both need the same version of bash with there's not two copies of it. There's just one. When everything is a hash like this, and everything points to everything else in hashes like this, you end up having one final thing. You know, this is the list of programs, or this is the program you actually care about that requires all the other ones. And so switching over from one to the other is as simple as switching a symlink, which is atomic. Again, hard to break things. There's also what Nix calls binary caches, which is just the replacement for what you would imagine most distros servers are doing, distributing packages all day. Because it still does take a while to build things. So there is a NixOS cache, but if you make a tiny tweak and now it's not in the cache anymore, it just builds. It's fine. NixOS is the distro package manager. NixOS would seem very strange at first if you were to look through the file system. You go in user, I believe there's 2 folders, user bin env and user bin bash, something like that, or sorry, shell. Just nothing. Those 2 things are there for backwards compatibility. Everything has been pointed at the Nix store. Even the configuration. There's no more editing random Etsy files. And again, deploying and rolling back, just change the symlink and reboot. Asterisk. We'll get back to that. But the thing I like most about Nix is all my config in one place. I have a single Git repository that is the configuration for all my machines. It has all the shared configs. It has what you might normally see in a bash RC. It has, I prefer to not type in my password for sudo. Hopefully I'm not too insecure. I don't know. Doesn't literally mean one file. So you'll see here, you know, imports equals, that's importing from another file. You can still split things up and it's organize them how you like, but you don't have to organize them how the distro likes in /Etsy. I called this a group by vibe, not service. I'm imagining I have a friend named Friendo who I'd like to add onto my server. This might be approximately what I'd need to do. I've imagined that, you know, they want to run. So I add them to the users. That's not a typo. It's users.users because there's also users.group. We have an initial password, authorized keys, can set a custom home directory. And then you'll see I've configured Nginx, and the root for that virtual host is actually pointing at config users friendo home. I don't have to type the same thing twice. And I can't mistype it because, well, I can't mistype the second time because I never typed this. I can mistype the first time, I suppose. And similarly, setting up a Postgres database. All in one file, all committed in Git history. It's great. Other distros should really be embarrassed. You don't realize how bad it is until you have it good, I guess. This is a just random Etsy file I pulled from a Debian machine. I don't know how readable it is, but not really that important. I haven't made any changes to it. This is how it comes. There's comments everywhere telling me what's going on, which I mean is nice. It's documentation, but that's not where the documentation goes. And I think in retrospect, it seems quite strange that I lived in a world where sometimes a package would update and I'd have to do a three-way merge of configuration files because I had modified configuration files. A much more real example, a long time ago, I was paid to write up a small little, not quite a tutorial, more like a methodical, repeatable instruction set, of just set up a super simple mail server. Postfix, OpenDKIM to sign, Dovecot for IMAP access, and SSL certs through Let's Encrypt. And I pulled this up. It was over 8 pages long. It's probably all out of date now. And there were pieces in there where the instructions, which I think were correct, like to think, are, answer this dpackage reconfigure prompt. It's like, oh, when you install this package, stalling for a bit to ask you how you want to configure it, but only once, unless you remember to call dpackage reconfigure. But then you can also just edit the files manually, and it's not clear which one you should. And more importantly, there were multiple domains involved. And adding a new domain was just scary. It was just that there were so many different places where there had to be, okay, put the domain here, and put the domain here, put the domain here. Don't mess it up. Because if you do, then one of the services won't start, and you'll have to look at the logs and figure out why it didn't. Today, right now, I am running my own mail server, and I actually have confidence in it, which sounds like a crazy thing to say. I know. Ran a quick check. The config is under 500 lines. There's a whole bunch of features like the plus addressing, you can put a plus sign afterwards. Wildcard mailboxes, multiple domains. That was on both, but. And it has tests. NixOS, you can just copy this configuration over to a VM, and I had to tweak, forget 1 or 2 things, not the same static IP address anymore. And now I have my exact configuration running on a VM where I can test it. And be very confident, despite the docs that Postfix has, that it is going to do roughly what I expect it to do. And now when I need to make changes to this, I'm not worried. Little more embarrassment. Again, non-atomic installs, again, is another thing that I just accepted as, oh, this is hard. There's no good way to do this. As best I can tell, everyone has this issue where when you're updating packages, sometimes it's only certain packages, sometimes it's only if you're updating libc, then if your computer dies at the wrong point, you now have a broken system, and you're going to have to boot into a rescue CD and fix your system from the rescue CD. And this is not a fundamental property of the universe that this is impossible.
We've been doing that for years.
Yeah.
I mean, this is nothing new. You can roll back.
And some of them also try and make it stable, so it just happens less often. I think we can do better. You should use Nix, asterisk. Atomic install and rollback. It just,
How does it have a file system that it does? Just works?
I'm here to listen to him talk, maybe.
It's doing writes, but all of the writes it's doing are not dangerous. They're not going to break anything because it's almost writing to an entirely different file system, except it's actually the same file system. It's just writing different hashes. So yeah, reproducible builds. You know if someone's not building what they say they're building. I don't know if people are worried about this enough. And like I said, your system config in once. So Nix, functional language. Not just a functional package manager, functional language. These people like functional languages. If you're not familiar, all values are immutable. You're not going to do your I plus equals. You're only going to create new values. It's pure functions. You call a function, same arguments, you're always going to get the same result. Unfortunately, an asterisk here, but this makes it declarative. This is somewhat more of an opinionated classification, but more often you are saying what you want rather than how to get it. Lazy evaluation. I'm not actually sure I like this, but we'll get there. And it's dynamically typed, like a script or, I believe, Lisp. I'm not actually sure. I suspect you'll be able to get up to speed pretty quickly, so we'll skip all the strings and numbers and trues and falses. This is their attr sets, attribute sets. This is just named values. You've seen it 100 times before. They just have a different name for it. You can nest these, and there's a nice little shorthand for nested attr sets like that. Lists also have no commas, just white space separating each element. And so when you want to call a function, you got to put parens around it. There's insert statement. This is just make sure the world is the way you think it is. And this is a side effect. No one seems to care about this, but I care about it. Like, this is important. When you call it a pure language, call it functional. It doesn't ruin the world, but. And they also have this funky little let in variables, which don't actually vary because, you know, immutable, but. Functions are just variable name and a colon. Pretty simple. If you want to call a function, it's the function and then space and then the value. There's import, which will come up later. I promise there's a reason I put all these in, just so you understand what's going on. Loads a file as Nix code. Pretty straightforward. Derivations, this is the fun part. So a derivation is the actual instructions to the build tool on here is the command you run to produce the build we want. This is the simplest possible working derivation I could think of. You notice there's this nice little import up there. We'll get to that, don't worry. Have to give it a name, have to tell it what system, what architecture we're building for. Builder is telling it which executable to run and what args to run. You'll notice $out, that is part of the environment that it gets is that environment variable is set to the Nix store path where it should produce its build result. Now there's this funny little thing where if you stringify a derivation, so you take a derivation and you just concatenate it with a string, interpolate. That's what this dollar squiggly bracket syntax is. I've drawn these nice little magical waves around it. imagine there's extra stuff there in this string you can't really see. It's hidden data. This string remembers the derivation it came from. And so even when you concatenate it with other strings, put in other stuff, which happens all the time when you're doing practical Nix code, it will continue to remember. And of course, you can concatenate multiple of these, and you'll have a string that remembers 2 derivations. This hidden data comes in handy when it gets passed to another derivation, and now the Nix evaluator has extra information. It knows that that derivation the string was remembering is a build dependency. And secretly this already happened, passed in bash, because that is also a derivation. But you also need to know about Nix packages. That was one of the other ones on the Trinity. Nix packages is the model repo of Nix, I suppose. The C++ code that has the evaluator is a repo, but all of the Nix code implementing NixOS the distro is in here. All of packages available on Nix are in here. It's big, and that's what's being grabbed when we do that import Nix packages.
Do you know if there's SBOMs for all of them? SBOMs, software bill of materials.
I'm not sure.
All right, no worries about it.
Oh, I can answer that. Your Nix build definitions will have metadata that define licenses and other
It's just
things.
like an RPM, but
Yeah.
the software bill of materials is a little bit deeper than that.
Yeah, but it allows you to kind of parse it at least get some information on the package.
Lazy evaluation. Again, forgive me, you'll probably be familiar if you've used other functional languages before, but it definitely surprised me at first that I could put in bad code and not be an issue. This is both a feature and a bug. Here, I've definitely done something wrong. I tried to divide by 0, and yet I kind of didn't do anything wrong because I never tried to use that. Depends how you look at it. This even applies to imports. So what this means is you can have syntactically invalid code, and as long as you happened to never use that import, again, you're totally fine. Now the problem comes up and you want to backtrace. As I understand, this is somewhat specific to Nix. It isn't like impossibility or anything, but look at this code. We have bar is 1/0, error, foo is bar plus 1. The result is convert to a string the value of foo. If you were working in an imperative language, you would expect the stack trace to say, hey, I tried to evaluate foo and it was an error. But the trace you'll get from Nix says, while evaluating toString. And this is because you are not seeing the semantic backtrace, you are seeing the actual backtrace of the lazy evaluator only evaluating things when it needs to. This is frustrating sometimes. It was hard to find a good example, and I'm not even sure you can read that. This one's fairly easy to understand, but is enough to show you how it can be not what you'd expect. When there's 5 layers of different libraries in here, it's a real mess. Nix, you'll always hear about how pure it is, but when you run it with the default options, with the official tutorial will tell you, these angle brackets are the syntax for lookup in the system's registry of channels. And so what this means is you can have totally different channels across two machines. You can now run the same code on two machines and get two different results. And this is not great. I just wanted to address, in case you see this, yes, there is this patch fix where you can manually pass in an XPath, and this does work, but there are still impure functions available that can get called and you wouldn't really know in a complex code base. Gitenv looks at an environment variable. Current system is the running architecture. But fortunately, there's a solution. Flakes. Flakes are the, I feel like, traditional recognized tool by now of list the libraries you want to some level of specificity, and then let the tool figure out what the actual best, most up-to-date thing is and put that in lock file. This is what Cargo does with Rust, this is what NPM does, and this is what Nix does with Flakes. Flake code is also run in pure mode, so that gitenv and current system will error rather than, or excuse me, I believe gitenv returns nothing. The problem is flakes are experimental officially. There's a lot going on here. The Nix community are not always in agreement about this. And also flakes is a lot of things all in one. And you don't want all of these, then you don't want flakes. Flakes is trying to be the standard way you expose what packages are available from your repo, you expose what library functions are available. Flakes currently only support Git as a source control. You can technically run a flake from a file path. Not recommended. Are also only usable with a new command syntax, which is also experimental for quite a while now. And there's nothing theoretically stopping pure mode from being available other than with flakes. It just hasn't been implemented. And so there's two ways to do it. There's kind of the old classic official way, and then there's flakes. And you kind of got to just pick one. If you're making a library, you can do backwards compatibility so that your library is available in both, but if you're making your NixOS configuration, there's no point in doing it. So unfortunately, this means that you're going to run into trouble no matter what you do, because half the tutorials now are going to be or just wrong for what you're trying to do. You should still use flakes. This is still a clear improvement over the status quo. It's marked experimental, but it's quite good. I haven't had any issues. And the community is progressing. They're working towards this. This isn't going to be like this. Some of the asterisks. Surprising amount of Nix is just generate some bash code. So a lot of the times when I thought, wow, how are they doing that magic with Nix? It was just, it's generating a bash script. It's not that hard. When I said atomic switchovers, that really only applies update, but don't switch to the updated code until after a reboot. Because if you want to switch live, it's just kind of awkward. You don't want to restart every single process. Can't. And so you only want to restart the things that have changed enough. And NixOS, to be fair, does a very good job of it. But it's not the pure I'd hope for. This has never happened to me, but it is possible to get your system into a state that you can't. You'll hear more in a bit about talking about config versus persistent data. And if these two things fall out of sync enough, then rolling back won't help you. All of the data, like all of the bits on the hard drive, I would argue, can be categorized into this is either configuration or this is this sort of persistent data, where configuration is everything you want in your Nix config. It's have this service running, have this service not running. It's listen on port 553, you know. And persistent data is everything else. It's things you don't want to delete just because you deployed some new config. It's everything. And this is not a super clear line. We're actually picking where this goes oftentimes. So a good example is just users on a regular system. All config is public. You can't put users' passwords in the Nix config and claim your config is secure. So what I did earlier with Friendo was set an initial password. Fortunately, this was hypothetical, but that's probably not great either. And this is a little weird. It's kind of towing this line between config. It's configuring the initial value, and then once a different value is set, it's never going to do anything again, even if I change that.
I mean, what about for you've got Active Directory or Red Hat IDM or free IPA?
Questions at the end.
There are a lot of cases. I think in many cases, you wouldn't want users in the Nix config at all. If you're a large company and you're adding and removing 100 users a day, you definitely don't want this in your Nix config. And so this is purely a choice. And that's actually what this config.mutable_users is. If it's false, this is kind of how you're normally used to a Linux system, where users come and users go, and you use user add command. And excuse me, I got that backwards. If mutable users is true, then users are mutable, and so if mutable users is false, then user add won't work. You can through the Nix config. It ends up being a lot of bookkeeping, surprisingly, just to make sure you don't accidentally run over something. And when you're potentially rolling back to a previous config, you might now be using that previous config's mechanisms for deciding what to change and what not to change. And this isn't always as unfortunately, the documentation for Nix, all of the Nix, is a little spread out. I can't point you at one place and go there, go to that website. It's got everything. The best one, that's why I put it at the top, Noogle.dev, is someone's hobby project, and they did a good job of just grabbing up all the functions available in the libraries and making a good search. Search.nixos is the official one. That's good for seeing what options are available in your users.users and seeing what packages are available. And there's a Nix packages manual, a NixOS manual, and a Nix manual, and these are all different things. The Nix packages manual is if you want to try and build a Python package and you don't know how to do that in Nix packages, you go to there. The NixOS manual is you want to know how to install NixOS. You want to know how to configure Jellyfin. There's some documentation that isn't on the options themselves. And the Nix manual is much more about the languages. I still don't know all of the attributes I can put in a derivation. I saw that very simple one earlier. There's a lot of things you can change about how the sandbox works, about what it can access. I don't know where to find that list, and that's unfortunate. Maybe I'll find it one day. But where does that leave us? I've been complaining a lot. I'm sorry. It's a love-hate. Forgive me for being dramatic, but Nix is the future, or something like it. It's such a dramatic change that I don't see how are we doing this earlier time. And at the very least, you should definitely keep this in mind. I wish I could give you options, but there's nothing quite like Nix except for GUIX, which is a fork of Nix that uses Lisp. But I hope you give Nix a try. If you do, I want you to know learning curve is steep. I hope you don't get too discouraged. I would recommend installing NixOS on like a new server, that you're gonna fiddle around with. But also, Nix can be installed alongside a regular GNU Linux system just as a package manager, and it's still quite useful. You won't get all your config in one place, but you will get your bash RC all in one place, that sort of thing. I don't recommend NixOS as your main kind of desktop machine. It's quite the deep end. You're learning a new language. I have not taught you the language today. I have only given you a sneak peek.
I mean, do you see it more along the lines of like a container operating system, where it's basically a single like an appliance?
Quite possibly. Random tip I threw in here. Nix is unfortunately a term that has lots of meanings and very often means any of the Unix-like things. So when you're searching for some issue, don't say Nix, say NixOS or Nix packages, and you'll get much better results. But really, that's it. Use Nix, but maybe don't if this sounded too scary, I guess. Thank you.
If you're taking questions.
Absolutely.
So I come from a million years of Ubuntu and Debian and stuff. Is it managing the complexity well, because it's just like keeping a SHA of every file, and that's just easier for everything else to ingest? Is that part of the strength, or can you talk more about like how it manages the complexity better?
The lack of conflicts is surprisingly helpful. You almost never have a case two things are competing to be the Etsy resolve conf or whatever. That's a bad example actually, but you can have two libcs and it's just not an issue. You can have two config files for the same service. If they're in the Nix store, they have different hashes, and it's just...
Okay.
This is... I don't know how else better to describe it.
Can I give it a go?
Go ahead.
It's really a question. So, So when you're running a command on a Nix operating system or an operating system using Nix, you're always inside of what's called a profile, which contains the set of packages that you currently have installed. That profile is an environment, a literal shell environment is in a set of environment variables. So whenever you're running a program on Nix, it manages your path, it manages your libdir environment variable, etc., to make sure that whatever programs you're running are pointing to the dependencies that you want to run them with. And if you want to run the same program, another instance of it with different dependencies, Nix will manage the paths to point to the other dependencies, which it keeps isolated. So maybe that's the missing piece of how we go from putting things in different places to managing the links down the
So
execution
is
chain.
it a changed root environment effectively? With the different library paths or whatnot?
It can be. It can be. When you spawn a Nix profile, I think you can do it inside of a container or inside of a sandbox. But usually just controlling the environment is sufficient isolation.
Yeah, you don't need the CH root is the real magic. Yeah.
Thank you both. So have you used Packer before? And do you know Packer by HashiCorp?
No, unfortunately not.
Okay, you should definitely check it out. It's kind of like a precursor to Nix. I think Nix is like trying to solve the fundamental problem, which is like you've got all these builds and it's like the Nix store is solving what Packer should have solved, I guess. But Packer is just wrapping bash scripts and generating AMIs or VM images. So I guess the question, what other build tools for VM image generating or container generating tools have you tried that Nix really just feels better than?
I really got introduced to Nix and hooked on it from the config files. So I've dabbled in Docker and experienced that, oh hey, it can do a different thing even to the same Docker file. That's fun. But I don't have deep experience with this.
Sorry, yeah, maybe a bit of a leading question.
I heard, so I have no first-hand experience with Nix, but I've heard some people using it to manage entire web applications, including database provisioning and web server configuration and all of that. And I specifically was interested whether I can use Nix to run multiple instances of the same application, say multiple local hosts of my WordPress on the same machine. That's a very specific question. You may not know the answer off the top of your head, but I figure
it's a weird question to answer because the boring answer is it's a Turing complete language. You can do anything. That's not really an answer. By default, most services are set up where you either enable the service or not. And that's just an artifact of how the service config is written. You could absolutely write your own config and make it so that you can launch as many of these as you want.
This question is kind of like a difference between what level of isolation you want. Like, so if you want to run multiple instances of WordPress, probably you're better served with C groups or something Docker-like. Whereas this is more like for a system administrator to keep their head together and see the configuration so you can run Nix inside Docker so that you get both. But I mean, this is like putting elephants on top, turtles on top of elephants.
There's a great article, I have a link here, but by ISO about using Nix to build Docker images, claiming that Nix is better at building Docker images than Docker. I haven't done it myself, so I can't really say one way or the other, but I found it convincing.
Well, the cache is just so fast.
Well, actually, there's a really cool project from the Nix community called Nix Generators. And in it is a Docker definition of that. So you're actually able to create a configuration of like a Nix OS configuration and then pass it into Nix Generators, and you can potentially get a container image, an ISO image, they have, I think, about 25 or so options that you could generate and basically get an image or a thing that you could run. So for instance, if I want to test out a configuration of Nix, there's the potential of actually just saying, can you just run this configuration, generate an image, and launch it in a VM for me right now? And then suddenly you get a QEMU prompt with your running your Nix basically configuration within it. So it is, those are the kind of things that I was like, oh, that's very interesting, because I have never seen that on some other platforms before, where I can just define it. Since I have things from the cache already, it does it quite quickly. And that was unique for sure. So.
We were working with it on a Rust project, which is like,
Yeah.
you know,
So like
fastest compile times ever now.
Yeah, but like doing Rust builds and things like that. So if I was doing Rust programming, I would probably.
I'm sure we can continue talking about this. We're almost out of time anyway, so on setup, and thanks so much.
Thank you.
It's just like
Yeah. So if I was to talk about like how I started using it, it was like I want to try this, and then eventually I was like, I have many machines in that, right? So what I found more interesting is actually I was using things for another next
like
Welcome everyone. Here I am Jeremiah, and I came here to answer one question for you: who chooses the requirements? So I'll start by defining what the thing is choosing. Requirements. Requirements is a resource that your project depends upon but has no control. Usually lives external, not in the bounds of the project. It might not even be on the machine that you're developing on, but you need it to finish your job. Requirements are also, in some ecosystems, called dependencies. For me, these are complete synonyms. So where are they written down? How do you, if you're in a new project, how do you know what it depends on? You can go and read the code, and you'll see statements, usually, that bring in files exterior to that one. This is how you include other files that are in your project. Those aren't your requirements. Also how you bring in files from outside your project. Same statements, usually. So then, who chooses the requirements? I think it's pretty obvious from looking at the code. The author, whoever wrote that file, first person to use that import statement chose the requirement. But I might not surprise you, I did not plan this to be a 1-minute talk. Because
Well done.
Yeah, no. And that's because when I talk about requirements with another developer, another programmer, I'm usually not referring to the import statements, the map, how files interconnect to each other. I'm usually talking at a more meta level. I'm talking about project requirements. My project as a unit, what other thing does it depend on? It's still exterior to my project. I still have no control over it. But I'm not mapping individual import statements. I am annotating that, yes, I require zip, or I require X bills, and so I write that down somewhere. I'm a good project maintainer, so I write it in a configuration file that is machine and human readable, so that other people, other machines can figure out this relationship. And importantly, notate this relationship. You also provide some sort of compatibility range, which is usually based on versions, because you're probably not compatible with every point in time commit of that other project. So if you write it down in this format, it'll look like one of these or some other thing. Different languages use different formats. It's not really important. The thing here to notice is that all of these specify another project, and give an identifier, and they also give a range of compatibility, even when it doesn't immediately look like it. Some of them are obvious, where you have a lower number and an upper number. That's a range. Some of them don't have any numbers at all. And that usually means it's compatible with every version, which is the broadest possible range. Some specifications have funky operators that you have to read what they do, but they perform a range. Even in Python, when you have a double equals a version, you are giving a range. Very small one, but you're giving flexibility to the solver. So even if you don't pick an explicit range, one is usually picked for you on your behalf. Where these kinds of requirements are. We kind of already said it, but in the project configuration, something like this, it's file checked in next to your code, but it's committed in the same VCS. But there's another place that it's sometimes recorded, and that's in external configuration. Your project might be redistributed by a distro, or a multi-language package manager, or just mirrored somewhere else. And those repositories have their own way of specifying metadata, and so they're also going to have to record these relationships between projects. And they'll probably follow your lead on what they require, but they don't have to. They could add to what you specified, especially if they're containing other languages. They can change the version ranges. And so it's up to that maintainer to record these relationships. So who chooses the requirements? It's maintainer. Almost always a project maintainer should be recording these relationships. But it can also be people exterior to the project who have nothing to do with it, but are maintaining package files. And this is true, but this is still not my answer to the question I proposed. Requirements. Because today I want to talk about a slightly different kind of requirement. So we'll return to the first definition, but I am going to make the definition a little more vague, a little more hard to grasp. It's any resource that your project needs to complete some sort of task that has to be available. Now, this is vague almost to the point of not being useful. But that's because requirements really change what they are and what they reference to the current workload is. Most often we think of runtime requirement. What does my code need when it's executing? Usually libraries. It's available as files on the local system, and the task is executing a binary. But there are other kinds of, might be running your tests, and your resource is your test files, but you don't need them for running your code. Or if you want to build your documentation, your resources might need a server, and you need a whole other language to serve the HTML. So be a little more concrete, because it does kind of change whichever lens you look at it. If you want to run the program glances, it requires Python, an interpreter, not a library, and 3 Python libraries, sutil packaging. If you don't have these on the system when you're trying to run the program, available in the current environment, you're going to have a really bad time trying to execute glances. But on the other hand, have the source code of glances, package it, because maybe you're making a contribution. To build it, you still need Python, but you don't need any of those runtime libraries. You instead need 3 new Python libraries. So there can be overlap, complete, partial, or no overlap between tasks, and there's more than just 2 things you can do. With my earlier 2 definitions, I went on to say, well, where do you record this? Once you have this relationship, where do you notate it to other people, to other machines? But for this kind of requirement, you're already in the process running code. There's no time left to go and write down what you'd like to be there. So we're not recording anymore. And it kind of depends on what your task is. It changes a little bit. You think if you're compiling code, then requirements are resolved when you compile, and then it's over with. If you're executing a dynamic language like Python, you're going to resolve these requirements every time you execute at different resolution. You notice I put, these are some examples, not all of them, but I did not put installing here because although installing usually requires some solving, which means resolving requirements, those aren't guaranteed to be what you use for a task. That kind of just sets the stage, but mutations can happen after. Yeah. So, my first question, who chooses the requirements? You might think that it kind of depends on the task. Container, or again, bundling, and it's only the user, building. You're executing the code, that's when the user has control over a dynamic language. But I think this is slightly the wrong way to look at it. Although we most often assume that the maintainer is building, who actually is building is whoever has the source code in front of them. Whoever's running the tests is whoever executes. And so when you think of the task at hand as the thing that you execute, that user has control of the environment and paths and the program command being executed. And they get to set up the environment however they want to resolve their requirements. So maybe you don't build your code every time right before you use it. But every time you do build code, whether or not you have any relationship with the project, you are in control over the requirements that it will get. So a little review, because I kind of definition of requirements. I think there are at least these 3 different flavors, and they're not entirely all disjointed. The first one is what you actually see in the code you write. And of the 3, I believe this is actually the most abstract, because here there's no reference to versions or ABI compatibility or URLs. There's just the idea of an interface that you need to use in your code. And you might have no idea what the code behind that interface is, but you're using it to complete a job. And the second one, project requirements, it's literally in a metadata file, so it's still very, but it's a little more grounded in the real world. You have to actually find a project out there that fulfills this interface, or you're never going to resolve this requirement. And you have to give a compatibility range. Even if you leave off that number, one's given to you automatically. But then the third one that I'm answering today, is the execution requirement. What is actually physically loaded from maybe for network to fulfill this contract? And at this point, there's no more squishiness of it could be any of these or this architecture that. There is one thing that is tried, and hopefully it works, or not, then your program fails. So if you accept my answer that it's the user, it's the person, not the person who wrote the code, who has control over the execution requirements, what can you do if you maintain a project of any size? Well, you should definitely, help your users' success. I'm sure there's at least one version of all your requirements for you. You tested it to some degree, so tell them what worked. You might know what didn't work for you. You might have tried something and it broke your test, and so you said, not that version. That's not always true, but it might be. But whatever you do not have the final say in the execution requirement that your user gets. They do. So you can't think of these as absolute guarantees that you're getting out of your users. But still, I see some maintainers try to claw back some of this control. So a couple ways I have seen are very, very restrictive version ranges, where there's floor and a ceiling, and there's only one or two versions, that whole range. And they say, this is what you get. You get the choice of A or B. And that always makes me suspicious immediately. For one, any floor, I wonder, why was the floor chosen? Because the developer read the documentation, floor -1, and said, oh, that's not going to work for me? Or is it just the version that happened to show up on their machine the day that they started programming? Do they know that, do they really want to put that barrier that is going to cause, a lot of work for the users to get around, need one version down? And the ceiling is especially troublesome because it often points at a version that doesn't even exist yet, because they're afraid of what their dependency. They have no idea if that project's ever going to release another version. They have no idea if they're going to bump their major version in their whole lifetime, or that they do, and the only breaking change had nothing to do with anything. A lot of fear, and yes, it can bring bug reports to your project, open up the range, but just putting that range does not guarantee they can. Putting it there makes it a lot harder. Turns out it was compatible all along. And putting in these very restrictive ranges into the project configuration that's committed in source code with your actual code is more troublesome than like an external configuration file. Because if you got it wrong and you later find out that they are compatible, you never go back and fix up a version. That's just too tight forever. You can fix it in the next release. You can't go back. It's a little more forgiving in the external because by its nature, external, and can be updated post-release. The other source of control I see are log files. Now, I like log files. I think they're very useful. They do their job very well, because they make the environment on the user or deployed machine look almost identical to that used or the build machine, but is entirely premised on the fact that both parties agree and buy into the premise of the log file. I've used lock files before. I've also come to projects where the lock file is broken for me. And what did? I deleted the lock file. So what did that do for me? Or I deleted it and I just set up an environment. I don't know of any lock file implementation language layer that, yes, you can't run this code unless you match the lock file that was committed with the code. So think about, this doesn't happen too often, but think about if you're providing a lock file and no fallback mechanism. What are you doing to your users when it eventually breaks? Which, long enough and having enough users, there'll be an architecture you discover. There'll be a missing link somewhere, and it'll just break. So, I came to answer one question: who chooses the requirements? And my answer is that any task you perform, you are the one who is in control. You might lean on tools to make decisions. You might take the developer's recommended versions at their face value, but in the end, you can always get around them. You are in control. And I think this is the best answer to the question, because you're taking someone's code, you have a task that you need to complete, you have a problem you need to solve, and no one knows your circumstance. No one knows what IT has put roadblocks in front of you, or what restrictions your system has. You could have things the maintainer never originally thought of, but you really have the autonomy over your own system. And so I appreciate this answer. That is it. And I think we have time for some questions, if there are any.
I got a question.
Yes.
What do you think of the practice of extremely tight setting of requirements in the context of, say, a Docker image? So the attempt to fully control the environment by building its own isolated environment within your system.
Yes, that's what I meant by runner here, was sometimes you have a chroot or a jail or a Docker that sets up an environment such that there's only one choice. I think that's fine. That is like a lock file, a way to hint to your end users that this is what works for me. Maybe I won't fix any bugs that report a different version. This is my hint to what worked. But just don't think that because you put it in a Docker file that means can't get another version in there. They can't take that Docker layer and add to it. It doesn't. It's still just a guardrail. It might be a very hard one to overcome, but yes.
The users can always modify.
You can always modify it. You can mount into the Docker container. You can rebuild it. You can I put it in the same category as a lock file.
That was a good answer. Thank you.
What are your opinions on with the term, but basically taking requirements instead of them being externally actually part of your project?
Vendoring?
Yeah, vendoring.
I think that's the term I usually see. I really don't love it. I think it really kind of, it's that line where I would still call it a requirement, but if you're committing that vendor directory in, you're not just a node modules that you have locally, I would almost say it stops becoming a requirement. I'd say it absolutely does stop becoming a requirement if you then go into things. You change the code, you're taking responsibility for its development.
Yeah.
But if you're just vendoring and like you're just copying a Git submodule every time, I don't love the practice.
I just thought it was an intro. I never really
think.
And that it's always one of these things that kind of solve this issue.
Yeah.
You're like, if you're not using shared objects, depending what you're running, right? So.
Yeah. There are quite a few projects that will have a vendor directory, and it's absolutely necessary in some circumstances. But again, the user has to. If you are vendoring OpenSSL and you haven't updated it for 7 years, sure, like all they have to do is update a folder on their system. Thank you.
I wasn't sure if I should clap 8 seconds sooner. The number of times I've cloned a project, git clone, and then deleted it and done another git clone with submodules. Is there a way that you can clone something and then run another command to clone the submodules like after the fact? Because they always say, oh, when you clone it, make sure you include the argument. I don't expect anyone here to be an expert in that. I'm just throwing it out.
Yeah. I'm sure I Google it every day.
Yeah.
Last time I mentioned submodules, everyone said to me, "Oh, those are really ugly." I was like, "Oh, I thought it was kind of a neat way to to do kind of some things, but maybe not." I watched a whole thing on like mono repos, and mono repos where vendoring kind of came in. That's where should you even separate your projects?
I have a project which is 5 repos, and one of them is common to the other 4, and it's imported as a submodule into each one. But that means that every time you make a commit to that common module, you need to go update the submodule in every other repo. I think mono repos are good, broadly speaking.
You should mono repo. You should check out the Google. Apparently, there's a nice write-up about how Google has used their mono repo.
Google's
89 terabytes big.
Google's my number one
I use like
vendor user. They love to vendor.
Yeah, that's what I've heard too. So
what's that Git tool for only cloning some files? Git large file submodule? No.
There's a Git depth. Talking about
I'm talking about a third-party Git extension.
Oh, okay.
Git archive? Oh well. Go see the nasty looking talk. I can't remember exactly what they call it. It's an art thing.
Oh yeah. Saturday. Yeah. I was gonna. I wanna learn more about Long Arch.
Long Arch. Yeah.
Oh, is that in this room? Oh. That's okay.
You should probably go up to the front.
Oh, heck yeah.
Suggesting.
Good. Die. Anything useful? What the fuck?
Working unless you
Really? Display.
actually to say normalize things. But as a user, I hate it.
Here's my mouse cursor.
No restrictions.
Screw this.
I'm basically living on bleeding edge all the time.
Wait.
What's happening? This is.
There's my cursor.
I wish I had gone to that.
But they had him here, and it was very.
Apparently live.
First of all, it was over Zoom.
All right. So this is kind of a talk about something that I've been screwing around with while I was.
Hey. Aw.
Like, well, the HDMI thing's like kind of warm, so I'm wondering if it might be like overheating. Okay, it seems to be working now. Hopefully it continues.
Don't say that. Just don't say that.
There's another adapter here. I'm gonna try that one real quick.
This laptop is running this room.
Oh. I am not going to try that real quick because it's a FireWire adapter. Oh. Or mini display port. Okay.
Oh.
Try this again. Okay. Hopefully it just continues working. Okay, so this is a talk about Alpine on a Chinese architecture known as LungArch. That's what we're going to be talking about today. A little bit about me. I work at a startup called Idera. This talk has nothing to do with anything Idera does, so I've been doing FOSS for like 20 years now. You may remember me from the Freenode IRC services implementation, that sort of thing. But I've been doing mostly Alpine related stuff for the past 15 years, including tools like PackageConf, IF Updown, and I ran Alpine security for a while, all of that. So some disclaimers. We're talking about buying hardware off of AliExpress. Your mileage might vary significantly. You might get scammed as sort of transaction involving AliExpress would go. So make sure that you research that you are buying exactly what you think you're buying if you decide to buy one of these. Alpine on LungArch is still a fairly new port, so there's still some bugs. They're still working on getting OpenJDK and .NET fully running and validated on the port. And no opinions in this talk are endorsed by anyone self. So who here hasn't heard of Alpine? Okay, I'll run you through it. Alpine's kind of a universal base, kind of in the same niche as Debian. A lot of the people who started Alpine back in the day were on Debian and embedded Debian. So that kind of translated into working on Alpine because mDebian wasn't really enough for a lot of people. There's a whole long story about that. You can find it on YouTube or whatever kids are doing these days. Based on Linux, of course, it's a Linux distribution. It is not a we use the Muscle C library, so programs built against GNU+Linux won't necessarily work on Alpine. About doing all sorts of primes to make them work. You can install the GNU utilities, of course. You just do like apk add core utils, and then you have the utils, but it's still not a GNU+Linux as we use. General idea about Alpine is we try to keep things as minimal as possible. The thought process here is the less things that are actually in a system, the less things that can go wrong. So that's very important when you're thinking about things like networking appliance, servers, containers, that sort of thing. Sometimes people use it on desktop, but normally it's servers and network appliances, like previously said. There is also a sibling project called Postmarket OS. They take Alpine and then they port it to all sorts of embedded devices, phones, but they've done laptops, routers, that sort of thing too. So I work on this project called Alpine Ports. Alpine Ports is what it says on the tin. We port Alpine to new things. The reason why I personally care about Alpine Ports is, frankly, I'm a security engineer. So I like getting down in the weed with all sorts of weird computers. Like, that's what, motivates me as an engineer. The other thing is, computing monoculture is really bad for security. That in practice, a few months ago when the CrowdStrike thing happened, the world went all depended on CrowdStrike. Another example of monoculture resulting in a huge wormable exploit, whole log4shell thing, where everybody used log4shell for their Java applications. Also, porting Alpine to these non-mainstream platforms has surfaced security bugs and other sorts of reliability issues past. IBM's PowerPC port, for example, has for us in terms of shaking out weird bugs relating to like pointer alignment and signed versus unsigned character fields. Because, oh god, it's screwing up again. I'm sorry.
Just have to move the mouse.
What?
Just move the mouse. I think it'll take care of itself.
Oh, okay.
Oh, it's going to sleep.
Well,
maybe.
No. It's because this HDMI adapter is overheating.
You need USB-C?
I have a USB-C adapter of my own. I might swap it out real quick. Because I know mine is working. Alright. I got it. Oh, I have it. Should be fine. Yeah, there we go. Of course, now I'm going to have to start over again. Okay. Fingers crossed it's stable now. So anyway, the other key thing is non-x86 use of Alpine is a significant minority, in large part due to the efforts of projects like the Alpine Chromebooks project and other things. So, who is the Alpine Ports team? It's a small team of volunteers. Right now we're working on things like LungArch and RISC-V, but we're also kind of playing around with architectures work as well. 1000 series, Super H, might do a Spark port. There's somebody in Alpine Devel talking about wanting to get one of those going right now. We're not necessarily aiming to have all of those. Doing a production quality Alpine port requires a lot of effort to support things like Rust, Java, .NET. And our output is intended to be immediately useful to people like Postmarket OS. For example, you could imagine like a Postmarket OS target Alpine 3.21 releases. So what is LungArch anyway? It's a new instruction set. It's made by this company called Lungsun. Lungsun was originally a Chinese venture to make MIPS for trade sovereignty purposes. It was involved with what they call the ICT, which is kind of this Chinese Institute for Technology university type thing, and then application of that. MIPS unfortunately decided to break 20 plus years of instruction set compatibility with MIPS 64 R5 and R6 broke it again. MIPS wound up going out of business. It got gobbled up. Intellectual property troll. You can buy various patents, like licenses for patents relating to RISC-V from them now. That's their primary way they make money. So because MIPS was effectively dead, Lungsun decided we're just gonna fork the thing. They made LungArch in 2020. So essentially it's a fork of MIPS 64 R5. The bytecode is similar. They added a few types of instruction encodings. So MIPS 64 R5 I think has like 5 or 6, and LungArch has like 9, I want to say. They borrowed a lot of ideas. 5. They have their proprietary x86 compatibility extensions on their MIPS CPUs. All of that is literally exactly the same, basically. Importantly, versus classical MIPS, the branch delay slot is so it is literally like if you can imagine a RISC-V CPU, but the company making it has all of the necessary IP license, reasonably fast, out of order execution, and that sort of thing. That's basically what you get in a LungArch core. I get a lot of questions about the binary translation extensions have. Basically, they don't map to like x86 instructions or ARM instructions. Instead, basically what you're getting are microarchitectural level primitives. So, for example, you can write a JIT that would target the Lungsun, and that JIT can be like, load these registers, store these registers here, do it with this sort of cache coherence. Basically, really low-level interfaces, people writing it. This, of course, enables by translation of x86. Do it. Question?
Is it kind of more like along the lines of transmeta?
Yeah, I would say the links very similar concept to the Crusoe's code morphing technology.
Copy.
And of course, Apple did this on to accelerate Rosetta. We're not presently using any of this on Alpine because at the moment, software that enables the binary translation is proprietary. There isn't really any open option that is production ready using these extensions yet. Although there is a Box 64 port that is in the Box 64 Git where they are working on to do to make use of the LungArch binary translation extensions in order to JIT the x86 code to LungArch code. The other thing I get asked a lot is how is the performance of these chips really? Because CGTN, which is like the Chinese Great Television Network or something, I don't know what it stands for. All I know is it's a state-owned Chinese media outlet. They claim similar performance for Intel Comet Lake. In practice, no. Like, there's some serious asterisks to that, and we'll get into that in a moment. The way that I wound up measuring raw computational throughput is kind of described on the Post-Market OS Wiki. We take the result from the dry stone test and the wet stone test, divide dry stone result over wet stone, and then divide that again via the maximum clock speed, and that gives us kind of analogous to CPU throughput in terms of like instructions per clock. So here's the numbers. I have a Apple MacBooks. This is an AMD system. The AMD system, of course, has the best performance in terms of this particular test, just because they have a really good SMT game. The chip in this laptop, I also measured. It's a Qualcomm Snapdragon 8X 3rd Gen. That's they just released a Qualcomm Snapdragon Elite generation before that. And then at the bottom, we have the Lunsen 3A6000 SoC. What we can tell is, in terms of single core computational throughput, it's reasonably aligned with other chips on the market. However, if you notice, the SMT performance on the Lunsen 386,000 is extremely poor. You basically pay a 2x penalty with the SMT. So why is the SMT actually bad on the 386,000? Because that's probably a good question when we're talking about simultaneous multi-threading implementations. And it basically comes down to the fact that is a very naive implementation of simultaneous multi-threading. So you can have static partitioning of watermarking and competitive sharing in order to determine which thread gets what access to what resource at what time. In the case of the in the case of the 3A6000, basically almost all resources are statically partitioned. So it will either allow one thread to access all resources on the chip, or it'll allow the other thread. The only part that isn't statically partitioned on the 3A6000 is the actual hardware thread scheduler. Yeah, you had another question?
I mean, could it also be the fabrication?
It is a 14 nanometer part, but to be honest with you, no. Fabrication node has more to do output that the part is going to produce more than it is related to actually how the core is scheduling the threads and that sort of thing. So anyway, that's why you get that performance hit of up to 2 times. In practice, the SMT usually gives you about a 20%. However, when it comes to actually just like raw computational, the thread scheduler doesn't really know how to handle that very well. So, and that's like the thing, right? Because normally like SMT, you can use processor stalls as a signal to context switch to the other thread, and that's just not a thing on the 3A6000 yet. So why do I care about any of them? I mean, these are computers that are on AliExpress and all of that? Well, in my case, it's really about software freedom. And to me, the important part of software freedom is being able to fully model a system's trusted computing base. Because if you can't do that, you can't really make good decisions about whether or not a system is secure. So the trusted computing base is essentially everything you need to a point where it's a multi-user, Linux system or Windows system or whatever. So, for example, you can think of like the boot ROM on the CPU. You can think of service processors like the Intel Management Engine that run first or anything else on an x86 CPU. You can think about memory management units. Those are faulty. They can do surreptitious things behind your back. There's also the system management firmware, and on x86, there's also system management mode, which can kind of BIOS, FI firmware that should be in order to fully have faith in the system. Loader, kernel, CoreOS packages, but at that point, you're in the weeds of stuff that you would typically have control. With modern x86 machines, the story is dire. When you hit the power button on an x86 machine right now, basically the first thing that boots is the Intel Management Engine, and then the Intel Management Engine RAM, and then starts the actual application processor up, and then that boots you from there. Problem with this, of course, is that Intel Management Engine can do literally whatever it wants before handing over control to the actual SPI firmware. Good news is I'm not aware of any actual. If you're like a state actor or something, you can probably make that happen. And in some cases, core booting a machine or using distributions of core boot like libre or something like that can help, although the machines where you can get the most benefit for that are older ThinkPads from like 2009. Things like the T430, that sort of area of vintage. So by comparison, LungArch machines are like PCs are basically state where PCs were in the early 2000s. There really wasn't any sort of management engine or any other sort of service processor that's getting your way. As soon as you send an ACPI power on event to the board, it turns the CPU on, and the CPU starts executing instructions from whatever your BIOS boot block is, and that's it. By comparison, Apple devices with like a very similar boot process, an SAI device will execute the boot ROM that's actually inside the SoC, and then that'll boot up first stage iBoot, and then first stage iBoot boots second stage iBoot, and then if you have Asahiized second stage iBoot, winds up booting a U-boot. Now, the one problem with the trusted computing base, if you are a software freedom advocate such as myself, the Lungson provided firmware is still a binary only blob. Now, you can dump that binary only blob and use what's going on in the firmware to ensure that it's safe, but if we had open source core boot or libre boot or whatever, for these machines, then we wouldn't have to bother with dealing with the Lunxen binary firmware. We could just flash it with an open source alternative or free software alternative or whatever. So Arch has an IO MMU. It is stricter than x86 IO MMUs, which has resulted in some long arguments on the Linux kernel mailing list where certain Linux PCI maintainers are just, your PCI implementation is broken. This is because sort of PCI device which does anything that it doesn't explicitly ask for, the IO MMU will just turn that device off. We've seen this before. IBM Power Systems have this behavior. In practice, what this means is if you try to put an NVIDIA card in a LungArch machine or in an IBM Power machine, there is a high likelihood that you will have problems because eventually the IO MMU kicks it out because it does something that it's not supposed to do. That just happens to work on x86. A cool thing about the IO MMU on LungArch machines and in general is there's full engineering data sheet on GitHub for the chipset. So they show you exactly how the IO MMU works. They show you how all of the other chipset features work and how to program them in order to bring up the chipset or whatever else you're trying to do inside, like, say, a system firmware or whatever. So that's really nice. So that's why I care about LungArch, even though up to 2 times worse than without. Let's talk a little bit about what an Alpine port actually is. And what that process looks like. So, for example, you have to add definitions to A-Build, which is the Alpine package building tool, and APK tools, which is the Alpine package manager. This is mostly because these tools need to be aware of difference in terms of processor architecture in order to make the right software and installing the software. Like, for example, if you tried to install x86 packages, something that isn't an x86, you're going to get errors. So you have to teach the package manager what the difference is between all of these different architectures in order to ensure that the package manager goes and gets the right packages. Once you've done all of that, you can run the bootstrap script, which basically loops around and it builds all of the necessary packages to build everything else. You then take those packages to generate boot media, such as an ISO or file system image. You then go to your target and you that ISO or file system image or whatever, and then you go and you build the rest of the one of the key things that's important now in terms of doing quality port, like I was saying before, is since Alpine 3.19, Rust must build and it must work correctly for your architecture. So ultimately what that usually means, you have to go add a target definition to the Rust compiler itself. There's a rustc target crate, and then also you have to fix the libc crate as well so that it has the right constants and that sort of thing, because they differ between Muscle and the GNU C library. So how does that look in practice? How the LungArch port went down. So in 2023, we had some Lunxen engineers out. They opened an issue with the Alpine Technical Large Port. The Technical Steering Committee actually rejected that port because of concerns that Lungsen would be controlling Alpine signing keys relating to that port. And Lungsen, of course, is directly connected to the Chinese government. So that's not going to fly. Like, we wouldn't allow, like, the NSA to control Alpine signing keys either. So what we did is Lungsen did the first port. We then used a lot of their porting work to bootstrap our own. The LungArch community, which is kind of splintered across 3 different GitHub organizations, they had already ported Muscle, Java, .NET, all of that. Unfortunately, we had to fix some issues because they had just copied and pasted ports and hoped that it would be the same. So it took a little while to sort that out. So the first commits relating to LungArch landed August 22 of last year. And the first complete independent bootstrap landed in Alpine Edge a little over a month ago, around September 20th of last year, or this year, I should say. So why did we rebootstrap independently? I think I covered this already, but basically the Alpine TSC contacted the Alpine security team. You know, what are your thoughts on Lungs having signing keys? The security team said hell no, of course, as you would expect them to. We see Lungsen as kind of a friend, but also kind of a supply chain risk because of that. So, you know, we would treat like some sort of NSA-backed company to BCHQ or whatever. It's nothing personal. It's just, you know, we don't need state powers having control over Alpine signing. Bad. So where do you buy one? The short answer is AliExpress. Just stay on AliExpress. Don't buy one off of Temu. You'll regret it. There's a reputable vendor on AliExpress that several people in the Alpine LungArch channel on OFT have bought from, called the Chipboard House Store. They have all of the LungArch stuff that you could ever want. They have the valuation board, which is from Lungsen directly. But there's also an ASUS that has a 3A6000 SoC as well. The ASUS board actually supports overclocking, kind of interesting. You can go past 2.5 gigahertz, 3.5. There's also a China with dual 3C 5000 last generation server variant. They haven't released the server part that is supposed to be the same generation of core as 1000. There might also be a laptop, but be careful on that because the listing is kind of odd. Because you can either buy they have a Lungsen 3A5000 option for that laptop, but then they also have a D2000 option, which is actually a Phytium D2000 core, which is ARM. It has nothing to do with LungArch, but it's the same underlying chassis. So future plans, like I was saying earlier, I think the move really, from a software freedom point of view, would be to get core boot running on these boards. my suggestion would be to get core boot running first as like a virtualized guest under GNU, and then kind of expand port from there. That's kind of what I've been working on as for a while, because once we have the enough to boot a virtual machine, then going from actual hardware, it's still a lift, but it's not as, so you start getting wins earlier if you start with targeting like a virtual machine first. The other thing, of course, is running x86 software. Like I mentioned earlier, there's a Box 64 port that has Lungson, and you know, it'd be interesting to do some gaming on my little Lungarch desktop and see how it measures up, but that's gonna take, you know, some time to actually get integrated. Never personally used Box 64 before, so there's gonna be some learning there as well. And yeah, that's basically it. If you're wanting to know more, I forgot to add a slide for this, but we're on irc.oftc.net, hashtag pound octoforp whatever, alpine-lungarch, and that is the channel that we're doing all of the coordination of the in. And with that, does anybody have any questions? Or I think he had his hand up first.
That's only a half serious question. Is the name a pun on Long March?
I have no idea. My understanding is it's supposed to basically translate to something along the lines of dragon architecture, because Lung, of course, means dragon. So it's supposed to basically be dragon architecture, dragon.
It's
I
mean, pinyin is.
Think.
Well, I'm curious, like, what do the evaluation boards go for on AliExpress?
They're running about 350 to 400 for that's actually new. There's a few other vendors selling what appears to be an evaluation board for less than that, like $150, but you might wind up with a box with some bricks in it, or who knows what. I mean, again, we're buying AliExpress.
I've purchased from AliExpress a lot, so.
And yeah, so like I said in the slide, you're buying this stuff at your own risk.
Yeah. Fun.
So if you don't mind, it board for like 150, but it might be also like a 3A5000 instead of a 3000 SoC. And of course, the 3A6000 SoC is itself already somewhat obsolete because they're about to release a generation of desktop processor.
Do you see LUMARCH going anywhere given the popularity of RISC-V, especially in the last couple of years?
That's a good question. The answer is, I think at the moment they have a competitive 5. However, my expectation is that there will be competitive RISC-V machines on the market probably within the next year or two. For example, there is Milk 5 Pioneer board right now that has 64 Alibaba T-head cores on it. but those cores are kind of broken and buggy and slow. The difference between Alpine's RISC-V builder and Alpine's LungArch builder is actually stark. The LungArch builder keeps up with the other builders, while it can take like 8 or 9 hours, like LLVM for RISC-V, and that's on the Pioneer board. As the Milk-V Pioneer get a lot of cores, but they're really slow cores, so it's kind of so given that, in the longer term, I think it's going to be a harder sell for LungArch 5, but on the other hand of it, to do RISC-V processors that actually go fast because they speculate and that sort of thing, that's not necessary for RISC-V ISA patent pool. So that's going to be another thing to think about in sourcing RISC-V CPUs. Do they have the right patent licenses in order to actually do high performance, out of order? What we see today in RISC-V cores, where they're mostly in order or buggy. Guy behind the guy.
Do you see basically the LungArch, this more of a China play? Because the sovereignty of China will basically keep this around?
Sorry. I see it as kind of a... For China, it's like their plan B. They have other plan Bs. For example, who here remembers VIA? So there's a company, I forget the name of it, but they basically acquired all of the VIA processor IP, and they're making Chinese native x86 processors right now. I think Linus Tech Tips actually got a evaluation board with one of these chips on it, and they did a evaluation of it, and the performance, of course, wasn't temporary, but I think that the Chinese are, concerned about losing access to Western technology. So they're very motivated to have a plan B that actually has credibility behind it. And so in terms of their plan Bs that they are actively pursuing, I do think that that LungArch is probably the most viable out of all of them. But they're doing x86, they're doing their own ARM designs, like Alibaba Cloud, where the Milk-V cores came from. So maybe?
To be determined.
To be determined. And of course, with the recent election results, that might change our foreign policy towards China, which might wind up accelerating some of this. Anybody else? Okay, I think we're gonna call it.
How are you? Fine. I got a text saying that it.
Yeah. I don't know if we've ever met him.
What?
Next. You as well.
There's an SSF meeting?
Yeah.
How is this?
Tomorrow's but I'll try to.
Yeah.
If they're going to put.
I understand.
I don't remember exactly. Anyway,
These are all important pieces of information.
I will say,
I think Craig will know.
I will say, and took Monto Lucas to
Oh God, you're that bad?
I really am.
I hope
I don't
it's
know
not
why.
affecting.
No, it's all good.
Talking here done.
Yeah, we're all done.
Interesting. There's more. Interesting idea that it's like, hey, having one company fill your jobs is not the best solution. But then it's like, well, if anybody else wants to make it, oh no, I don't trust you. You know? Yeah. That's true. Yeah. Well, it's kind of like, as long as they follow closely